This is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today I am going to begin reading this lovely Ladybird book, Kings and Queens of England, and this is book 1. It's got a very nice hardback cover as usual, and the little Ladybird logo at the top there. So let's have a look inside. Let's read this introductory piece here. The reigns of the kings and queens in this book cover more than 600 years, from the accession of the Saxon King Alfred to the death of Richard III at the Battle of Bosworth. It would require a large history book to tell in detail all the things which happened in England during these 600 years. Wars, revolutions, struggles between king and parliament, treaties and alliances, all affected the course of history. More than once England was in danger. More than once English armies occupied large areas in Europe. However, these happenings did not always affect greatly the lives of the ordinary people of England. Most of them were farmers, living far from such little towns as then existed. Here and there, some village lad would come back with stories of the French wars, or some wandering peddler or friar brought news of far-off happenings. That was all the people living in the wide spaces of the countryside knew of the world beyond. Age after age, the countryman was content with the life of his ancestors. Kings and queens came and went, but the ploughing and the harvesting went on. So here we have the index. It starts from Alfred the Great and ends at Richard III in this particular volume. Now this book was published in 1968. It says first published, printed in England. And we begin with Alfred the Great, 871 to 901. Alfred was the first great English king, probably the greatest in our history. He founded schools, made good laws, and encouraged artists and craftsmen. He fought and defeated the Danish raiders on land, and built ships to fight them at sea, often visiting the shipyards to make sure that the ships were properly and carefully constructed. The people over whom Alfred ruled were Anglo-Saxons from what is now Germany, and who had come to Britain and conquered a country left defenceless after the departure of the Roman legions. Alfred's capital was the ancient town of Winchester, but the Anglo-Saxons did not seem to like towns. Many of those built by the Romans had, by Alfred's time, became grass-grown ruins. The Anglo-Saxons liked to settle in family groups in open clearings in the woods or near streams, with their fields and cattle around them. An Anglo-Saxon house was really only one large room in which everybody lived, including very often the cattle. The fire was on an open hearth in the centre, and the smoke went out through a hole in the roof. Even the Anglo-Saxon noblemen lived in this was the ruler and lord of the whole Isle of Albion, meaning England, by 8 Welsh and Scottish kings. The Anglo-Saxons lived mostly in villages or on their farms. Such towns as there were little bigger than large villages of today. The villages were built around an open village green, often with a pond in the middle. The large room of each house was used for everything connected with the farm, including threshing out the corn. It is from this ancient custom that we get the word threshold for the entrance to a house. There was very little furniture, even in the houses of the nobles. Just a rough table with a few stools and forms were enough. As the Anglo-Saxons could only light their houses with torches or very poor candles, they mostly went to bed at dark and got up at dawn. And here we have King Edwy banishes Dunstan. Edward the Martyr, 975 to 978. Ethelred the Unready, 978 to 1016. Edmund Ironside, 1016 to 1017. When Edgar died, the throne passed to 2 young boys. Edward the Elder was murdered when he was 16, and Ethelred the Unready, which means the badly advised, was only 10 when he became king. During the years that he reigned, the Danes ravaged England from coast to coast. He was succeeded by Edmund, who was forced to make a treaty with the Danish king Canute after being defeated at the Battle of Assunjoon. The eating habits of the Anglo-Saxons did not change during the 100 years following Alfred. Food was rough but plentiful for most of the people. They grew what they ate, and practically no food came from other countries as it does today. One of the most important men in any village was the beekeeper. Sugar was unknown, and all sweetening had to be done by using honey. The Anglo-Saxons were great meat eaters. Their drink was mead, which was also made from honey. As Anglo-Saxon meal would seem to us a very rough affair. It would also seem very messy. There was plenty to eat, but nothing to eat it with except fingers. Everybody carried a knife, but there were no forks and only rough wooden spoons. And in this picture we have the boy King Ethelred at a banquet. Canute, 1017 to 1035. Harold the First died 1040. Hardy Canute, 1035 to 1042. Edmund was assassinated within a year, and Canute the Dane was chosen king of all England by a gathering of noblemen. Canute was king of both Norway and Denmark, but he liked best to live in England, and he became, in his manner and habits, more English than Danish. For 16 years England was peaceful and the people grew wealthy. Unfortunately, Canute was succeeded by 2 worthless sons, Harold and Hardy Canute, who taxed and plundered their British subjects. During the next 7 years, the condition of the people of England became more and more wretched. At this time, there were fewer people in the whole of England than live in any large city today. They were mostly farmers, and they ploughed the land in long, unfenced strips. The strips were all of the same length, and each was known as 1 furrow long, a furrow being about 1/8 of a mile. From this we get the word furlong. The Anglo-Saxons grew corn and made bread and cakes sweetened with honey. They drank out of drinking horns, which were made out of the horns of cattle, and which were often carved and decorated with silver rim This means that a gold or silver coin did not contain enough gold or silver to equal its face value. In these days, when we use so much paper money and our coins are only tokens, this does not matter. In Stephen's time, a man's wealth consisted of the actual amount of gold or silver in the coins in his possession. There were no banks, and people kept their money at home in strong iron-bound chests, as themselves and spending much of their time drinking, quarrelling and begging at street corners, defying the bailiffs and all authority. And here we have Simon de Montfort forces the captive King Henry III to summon England's first real parliament. Edward I, 1272 to 1307. Edward I was, next to Alfred, the greatest of our kings. He strengthened the authority of Parliament and enforced the law. As a soldier he was justly famous. He became known as the Hammer of the Scots after the Battle of Dunbar, and he put down rebellion in Wales. It was after this that he promised to give to the Welsh a prince born in Wales and who could speak no English. The legend tells us that he presented to them his baby son, born at Carnarvon, who was not old enough to speak at all. At a time when there were no large multiple shops, and when roads were so bad that travelling from one place to another was difficult, markets and fairs were important. It was during the time when the little towns were being granted their charters that they also obtained permission to hold markets and fairs. The borough charter meant that the people of the town could elect a mayor and themselves manage their own local affairs. It was because most of the towns and boroughs were well governed by honest and responsible citizens that Simon de Montfort was able to find men to represent them in Parliament. So on this page we have King Edward I presenting the child Prince of Wales. Yeah, on a big tray. No, it's a shield, I think. Edward II, 1307 to 1327. Edward II was very different from his warlike father. He was idle and fond of pleasure, and soon the barons were doing very much as they pleased. Edward was wise enough to summon Parliament, and so won the people to his side for a time, but his reign was one of trouble and uncertainty. In Scotland, Edward II lost all that Edward I had won, and after the defeat of the English at Bannockburn, Scotland again became a separate and independent kingdom. Markets and fairs continued to be granted. The markets were held regularly, sometimes every week, and were very much like the markets held in English country towns and villages today. The farmers brought their butter and eggs and cheese and bought and sold sheep and cattle. The fairs were only held once or twice a year and were enlarged markets with all sorts of shows and amusements added. Wandering Westminster Press. These books, printed in heavy Old English type, are now very rare and valuable. And here we have King Edward IV visiting Caxton's printing press. And finally, Edward V, 1483, and Richard III, 1483 to 1485. When Edward died at the age of 42, his son was a boy of 13. He was the rightful heir to the throne as Edward V, but he was never crowned. Instead, he was imprisoned in the Tower of London by his uncle, Richard, Duke of Gloucester. He never left it. He and his brother were both mysteriously murdered. Richard had himself crowned as Richard III, and it is probable that the boy king was murdered by his orders. This has never been proved. Fortunately, Richard's reign was short. It lasted 2 years, ending when he was killed at the Battle of Bosworth by the followers of another claimant to the throne, Henry Tudor. With the death of Richard III, what is called in the medieval period of our history came to an end. The Tudor king, Henry VII, reigned over an England which, in spite of many differences, we should recognise as our own. The invention of gunpowder had changed everything. Clumsy guns had been used at the Battle of Crecy nearly 150 years earlier, but it was after Bosworth that cannon really became effective. It was now no longer possible for the barons to defy the king. And here we have Edward and his brother in the Tower of London. And that is the final page in the book, but there is like a family tree extending from Alfred the Great all the way through. The English line of succession from Alfred the Great to Henry VII. So, I hope you enjoyed the second part of the Kings and Queens of England book. This has been Kate at the Library Whispers, saying I shall see you very soon. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. Hello everybody. This is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today I have another lovely Ladybird book for you. Now this is the second book of Kings and Queens in this set. I shall put a link to the first videos for book 1 if you are interested. So let's have a look inside. So we start with Henry VII. years after Columbus. Henry VII generously awarded him an annual pension of £20. And here we have Henry VII is crowned on Bosworth Field. Henry VIII, 1509 to 1547. Henry VIII was the right kind of king needed by England at the beginning of the 16th century. He was strong and ruthless, but he was also clever and determined that England should be powerful and prosperous. The fact that he was married 6 times is what is usually remembered about him. This is only important because his second marriage was the reason for the establishment of the Church of England. Henry's great chancellor was Cardinal Wolsey, who lived in greater state than the king himself. houses of ordinary people were built of wood, were highly inflammable and infested with rats. However, the sailors of England were magnificent. Englishmen were proud of their queen and of their country, a pride which shines through the poems and plays of Shakespeare. He called England this jewel set in a silver sea. And in this picture we see Queen Elizabeth preparing to take a bath. James II, the younger brother of Charles, was brave and intelligent, but he was a Catholic, and his two aims were to make England a Catholic country and himself an absolute monarch. He failed in both. He was so unpopular with Parliament and the people that when the Protestant William of Orange landed at Torbay to claim the crown, many thousands of men, including a large part of the army, joined him. James fled in disguise, dropping the Great Seal of England into the Thames as he did so. He hoped in vain by this stupid action to make the government of England impossible. The long coastline of England, and perhaps also the Viking blood of its mixed people, have made Englishmen daring sailors. Alfred had sent ships out on voyages of discovery, and Henry VII had sent John Cabot to explore the frozen north of Canada. During Elizabeth's reign, Raleigh and others had started small colonies in America, and during the time of James I, the Pilgrim Fathers had sailed to New England. Under Charles II, an English fleet captured New Amsterdam in America and renamed it New York. Today it has become one of the most famous cities in the world. And here we have James II drops the Great Seal of England into the Thames. Hello everybody, this is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today I'm going to read part 2 of book 2, which is a lovely Ladybird book on the kings and queens of England. So let's see where we were up to. William and Mary died 1694, 1689 to 1702. William of Orange and his wife Mary were cousins, and both were descended from Charles I. They reigned together because each had a claim to the throne. When Mary died in 1694, William remained on the throne as William III. William was a foreigner in England, and his fondness for his native country, Holland, made him unpopular, but the fact that both he and Mary were Protestants was a relief to the nation after the Catholic James II. All people were free to worship as they pleased. It was during the reign of William and Mary that the Bank of England was founded by a Scot named Patterson. There had been banks before, both in England and elsewhere. The earliest known was in Babylon, 4,000 years ago. The ancient Egyptians, the Greeks and the Romans also had banks. In medieval England it was dangerous for people to keep money in their houses or to carry it from place to place. Therefore they often left it with some honest merchant who gave them a receipt. Then a merchant in some other town would give them the money which the receipt represented. This was the beginning of banking in England. And this picture is a wealthy merchant being robbed on the highway. Anne, 1702 to 1714. Anne was the youngest sister of Mary, and when William died, she came to the throne, the first woman to reign since Elizabeth. Queen Anne was a good woman, popular with her subjects, but unfortunately she was not very clever. This meant, however, that Parliament became more important than ever, and since her reign its power has never been questioned. Her reign is always associated with the great general, the Duke of Marlborough, an ancestor of Sir Winston Churchill. In the war with France, he won the great victories of Blenheim he was a very stupid man, and he never took the trouble to learn to speak English. He was unpopular with everybody. As a king, he was completely unimportant. It was during his reign that England first had a prime minister. There had always been men who advised the king, but they had been the king's friends or great noblemen. Now the chief minister of the crown was chosen by Parliament, and the king was bound to act on his advice. This system of government is known as a constitutional monarchy, and it has continued to the present day. Today, everybody reads newspapers, and there have been newspapers of a sort ever since the days of Charles I. It was during the time of the Four Georges that newspapers became common. Daniel Defoe, who was born in 1659, was the first English journalist of any importance. His paper, The Review, appeared 3 times a week. And in this picture you can see some of the first newspapers being delivered by coach. George II, 1727 to 1760. It was said of George II that his greatest pleasure was counting his money piece by piece. He was just and honest, but not very intelligent. This was to the benefit of the country, because during his reign the king had less and less influence in the government. In 1745 there occurred the last invasion of England by the Scots, and King George was so frightened that he had his bags packed, ready to hurry away to Hanover. The invasion, known always as the 45, was by Prince Charles, the grandson of James II, who had actually a better claim to the throne than George. The invasion failed. Prince Charles and his men got as far as Derby, but on his way back to the Highlands he was beaten at the Battle of Culloden, and his cause was lost forever. It was during this period that some of the most beautiful of English furniture was made by such men as Chippendale and Hebblewhite and this time, such work had been done by workers at home. Now they had to live near the factories, and the towns of England, which had remained much the same as they were under Elizabeth, began to grow larger. Up to the accession of George IV, all travelling was by horse-drawn coaches or on horseback. This was very slow and uncomfortable. The early carriages were without springs, and the roads were very bad. A journey from Glasgow to London took more than a week. It was not until the reign of George III that two Scots, Telford and Macadam, built good roads, but travelling was still by coach until the first railway was built by Stephenson in 1825. The early trains, in which passengers travelled in open trucks, were as uncomfortable as the coaches had been. And here we see an early type of train with open passenger trucks. William IV, 1830 to 1837. William IV, younger brother of George IV, had been a sailor, and his chief interest was the navy. He was a timid, cautious man who often made himself ridiculous by very foolish speeches. As a king, he was a failure. We have seen how King John was forced to grant reforms under Magna Carta, and how a parliament was summoned by Simon de Montfort under Henry III. During the following reigns, king and parliament were often quarrelling, until parliament became supreme with the coming of William of Orange. Up to the time of William IV, the members of parliament were not elected by the people as a whole. Many of them were chosen by some nobleman because he owned a lot of land, others by bribing the electors. In 1832, a law was passed giving the vote to everyone paying £10 a year to rent. Now I'm going to be changing one of the words in this next paragraph, remembering that this book was written in the 1960s. Ever since the time of Elizabeth, black people had been seized in Africa and sold as slaves to work on the plantations in the new colonies in America. It is very regrettable that many Englishmen should have grown rich by this means. However, in the year 1833, slavery was finally abolished by law. And on this side we have Ashanti slaves being embarked from the Gold Coast on American slave ships. was the centre of the world, and English goods were sought after everywhere. Riches poured into the country from the vast empire. One event, perhaps more than any other, gave a hint of what was to come. On July the 25th, 1909, a Frenchman named Blériot flew across the English Channel in a very simple and primitive aeroplane. This meant that England could no longer be protected by the ships which, age after age, had been built for her defence. And here is Louis Blériot flying the Channel. George V, 1910 to 1936. George V had not expected to become king and had been trained as a naval officer. When his elder brother died, he became heir to the throne and king in 1910. George V was a very conscientious man and a good and popular king. The First World War broke out 4 years later. Germany was beaten, but a great many things happened as a result. The Russians rose against their ruler, the Tsar Nicholas II, and became a communist country. Before the end of the reign of George V, there were revolutions in 2 other countries, Germany and Italy, and 2 evil men, Hitler and Mussolini, became dictators. They were later responsible for the outbreak of the Second World War. In England, great changes took place. New Acts of Parliament gave women the right to vote, and the number of voters increased from 7 millions to 20 millions. Trade was bad, and 3 years after the end of the war, there were 2 million people in England without work. During the early part of the reign of George V, pensions were granted to widows and old people by a government under a Welshman named Lloyd George. He also helped to found the League of Nations in an attempt to secure world peace. And here we have George V accompanied by the Prince of Wales, talking to a French officer on the Western Front. Edward VIII, Duke of Windsor, 1936. When King George V died, his eldest son became king as Edward VIII. He was never crowned. When he announced his intention to marry a divorced woman, Parliament told him that if he did so, he would have to abdicate, that is, cease to be king. So Edward VIII became the Duke of Windsor and was succeeded by his younger brother. When we look back over the history of Parliament in England, we realise how it has grown in power. It was able, without a civil war, such as had led to the execution of Charles I, quietly to depose the rightful King of England. As Prince of Wales, Edward had been very popular. He had visited many of the dominions and colonies and had taken a personal interest in the work and the lives of ordinary people. When there was a lot of unemployment amongst the miners of South Wales, he had gone amongst them and tried to help. This made him popular with the miners, but not with Parliament. The royal family is not permitted to interfere in politics. In a democracy where the people rule, the civil service, the armed forces and the monarch must take no part in politics. And here we have Edward visits the unemployed in Wales. So, I hope you enjoyed that final reading of the Ladybird Kings and Queens book. This has been Kate at the Library of Whispers saying, I shall see you very soon. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. Hello everybody. This is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today we're going to take a look at this lovely Ladybird book. It's an adventure from history, and it is called The Story of Henry V horses to draw it. Another way of travelling used by noblemen or rich merchants was by horse litter. This was a small light carriage with no wheels, but with shafts both back and front, into which horses were harnessed. The two horses had to be trained to go at exactly the same pace, and it was probably much smoother than bumping over the uneven roads in a wheeled cart English kings who followed him kept the title of Duke of Normandy, and in addition, by marrying the daughters of French noblemen, they obtained possession of almost half of France. By the time Henry V, much of this had been lost, so Henry decided to gather together an army and win it back again. If he could, he meant to conquer the whole country and make himself King of France as well as King of England. The French king suspected that Henry intended to invade, so he sent men to bargain with him and tried to persuade him not to. Henry might have agreed in the end if the French king's heir, called the Dauphin, had not done a very foolish thing. He sent a box of tennis balls to Henry, scornfully telling him that he had better stay at home and play tennis and not try to conquer France. This made Henry very angry. He sent back a message that he would reply with cannonballs. Henry immediately set about the task of gathering an army and assembling the ships to carry men and horses across the Channel. To do this, he needed money, and as there were no regular taxes, he found it difficult to get enough to pay his soldiers, so he had to borrow money from the rich merchants of London. One of these was Sir Richard Whittington. Everybody has heard of Dick Whittington, though probably most people do not know that he was a real person. Sir Richard Whittington lent the king large sums of money. Then, later on, when Henry had won many battles in France, he entertained him to a famous banquet in London. When the banquet was over, Sir Richard went to a large chest and, taking out all the king's bonds, threw them into the fire, thus cancelling the debt. Henry was very pleased at being let off having to repay so much money. Never before has a king had such a subject, he said. Never before has a subject had such a king, replied Sir Richard. It is difficult for us to picture the ships in which men sailed the seas in the time of Henry V. They were, of course, much smaller than our great ocean liners, and because they were all sailing ships, they were dependent upon the wind. What would strike us most would be the gay colours. Not only were hulls decorated with bright patterns, but when Henry's knights were on board, they hung their shields all along the sides. When the sails were hoisted, more colour was added to the gay scene. Pictures of saints or red and gold crosses were on the large mainsails, and the flags at the mastheads fluttered gaily. Many of the ships had 3 masts, and in the bows and the stern were high platforms for the bowmen. High up on the masts were more platforms, so that the bowmen could shoot down onto the decks of enemy ships from above. The sailing ships were slow and clumsy, but the English sailors who manned them were amongst the best in the world. At last everything was ready. Men and horses were aboard, and from his ship, named La Trinité Royale, Henry signalled to the other ships to follow him out of the harbour. The 1,500 as the ships rounded the Isle of Wight, a large number of swans appeared and swam for a time alongside the ships. This made the men more hopeful for the success of the expedition, because swans were royal birds and were believed to bring good luck. The sails disappeared over the horizon, carrying this army of 30,000 men to one of the most famous victories in English history. On a glorious August morning, Henry V of England landed on the shore of Normandy, which his ancestors had ruled and which he claimed as his own. There was no resistance. The French forces were gathered in the fortress of Harfleur nearby. addition to their bows and arrows, the English bowmen were armed with swords or battle axes, and each man carried a thick piece of wood, about 6 feet long, sharpened to a point at each end. The bowmen now drove these stakes into the ground in rows, one behind the other, with the points directed outwards towards the French. There were now 2 or 3 lines of sharp-pointed stakes between the 2 woods. Behind the line, the bowmen, their bows strung and ready, waited for the French to attack. They knew that the French horsemen would find it difficult to break through the lines of stakes, even if they reached them, and they were confident that at such short range any armour would be useless against the English arrows. The French attacked as Henry had expected. The knights in their heavy armour, some on horseback and some on foot, advanced up the hill towards the English lines. As they came forward, they found themselves in difficulties. The fields between the 2 armies had been ploughed, and because of the heavy rain, the ground was waterlogged. Weighed down by their armour, they sank deeper and deeper into the soft earth until some were unable to move at all. This was what the English had been waiting for. From behind their protecting line of stakes, the bowmen loosed flight after flight of arrows with deadly aim into the struggling mass of men and horses. At this moment more bowmen appeared from the woods on both sides, and after loosing their arrows, attacked the helpless French knights with swords and battle axes. Henry was in the midst of the battle, and his brother, the Duke of York, was killed at his side. Henry himself was struck to the ground, but his knights closed round to help him, and he was soon on his feet again. The French army had been drawn up in 3 sections, one behind the other. Seeing the first wave broken and destroyed, the second section advanced to the attack, but the dead and dying men and horses made an impassable barrier. The bowmen, who had been busy recovering their arrows, were back behind their line of stakes, and a fresh storm of arrows met the French horsemen as they tried to press forward. When their arrows were all shot away for the second time, the bowmen again sprang eagerly forward with their swords and axes. The French second line, hopelessly mixed up with the shattered remnants of the first attack, fell back before the fierce charge of the bowmen, and when the English knights followed up, they turned and fled. The third French section never fought at all. Seeing the men of the second line retreating towards them, they galloped from the field. The Battle of Agincourt was won. The French army lost 11,000 men, and many more were prisoners. The English losses were less than 200. Henry returned to England in triumph. At Dover, the citizens rushed into the sea to welcome him, and all the way to London, he and his gallant soldiers marched through crowds of people who came from all over the southern counties. grandson of the Scottish king, James VI, he was crowned. He was now King of Scotland, but his intention was to return to England with an army of Scottish soldiers and to regain the English throne, which his father had lost. Oliver Cromwell knew that Charles was preparing an army to invade England. In order to prevent this, he mustered the army of Parliament and advanced to meet the Scots. Cromwell wasted no time and was over the Scottish border before the Scots were strong enough to prevent him. The two armies met at Dunbar, where, although the Scots were beaten, their army was not destroyed. Very soon, those who had escaped from the battle had rejoined King Charles, but they had no wish to fight another battle with Cromwell. They knew that his soldiers outnumbered them, and that their only chance was to avoid his army and march south into England. Cromwell had moved his army to Perth, in the east, so Charles was able to march down the western side of Scotland to Carlisle. His intention was to reach London and seize the crown before Cromwell could overtake him. Cromwell quickly learned of the king's intention. Immediately he gave orders to his army and set off in pursuit. King Charles did not march directly to London. He hoped by keeping on the western side of the country, where he believed he had many friends, to raise English volunteers for his army. But the English were tired of war, and very few joined him. When Charles reached Worcester, he had only about 12,000 men, and Cromwell was close behind him with at least 30,000 trained soldiers. There was nothing Charles could do except turn and fight. Cromwell divided his forces into two halves, each of which was bigger than the king's whole army. Though Charles himself and his men fought bravely, they were caught between the two halves of Cromwell's army and beaten. Charles escaped from the Battle of Worcester, and by riding hard, he managed to get away from Cromwell's men. But his army was scattered, and he himself was being hunted by the parliamentary soldiers. What was he to do? With one or two others, he reached the house of a family named Gifford. They were royalists and therefore on the king's side, but this meant that the house was all the more likely to be searched. It was therefore decided that King Charles must try to get to the coast and escape to France, so that he could travel without Cromwell's soldiers recognising him. A disguise was obviously necessary. Some rough and badly worn peasant's clothes were soon found, and when his long hair had been cut, and with soot on his face and hands, the King of England looked like one of the poorest of his subjects. It was just as well that Charles had disguised himself so thoroughly. The whole countryside was full of Cromwell's men searching for him, and he had many narrow escapes from capture. With a faithful servant of the Giffords named Richard Pendrell, he set out on foot, but after wandering all night was then a small fishing village called Brighthelmstone, in the autumn of the year 1651. For a time he remained in France, but Cromwell thought that this was too close to England. It would be easy for the king to cross 20 miles of the English Channel and again try to regain the crown. So Cromwell persuaded the French king to send Charles away. First he went to Germany, and later he lived in Bruges or Brussels, but always he kept alive the hope that one day he would be able to return to England. Charles was not able to live richly in kingly style. He was very poor, and afterwards he used to look back with amusement on the time when he even had to do his own cooking. Meanwhile, the country was being governed by Cromwell, and the joy and happiness of merry England came to a sudden end. Theatres were closed, and singing and dancing were forbidden. The maypoles, which used to be on every village green in the country, were cut down, and life became sad, dull, and monotonous. One of the greatest Englishmen of all time has written, "To the mass of the nation, the rule of Cromwell manifested itself in the form of numberless and miserable petty tyrannies, and thus became hated as no government has ever been hated in England before or since." One of those who realised that many people in England were weary of Cromwell and the Puritans was a general called Monk. He had fought against Charles I, but now he realised that England could only be happy again under a king. In the year 1658, Cromwell died, and Monk sent messengers secretly to Charles to try to arrange for him to return. Not everyone in England wanted to be ruled by a king again. The men who had been in power under Cromwell were of course against it. General Monk knew that only a show of force would bring the doubtful people to his side, so he gathered an army in Scotland and marched to London. There was no fighting. People were only too glad to welcome a change, and when Monk summoned a free parliament, there was general relief throughout the country. Charles soon learned what was happening in England. He promised that if he became king, no one who had fought against him should suffer, and that he would always rule with the consent of Parliament. So, on a day in May 1660, the flags fluttered, and the cannon fired a royal salute, and the rightful king returned to his country 9 years after he had left it, a hunted fugitive. The king's journey from Dover to London was a triumphal procession all the way. There had been no rejoicing in England for so long that it was as though a great flood of happiness had been suddenly released. In London, the narrow streets were crowded with men, women and children, come to welcome the king. The cobbles were strewn with flowers, and every house was gay with flags. Bells were ringing, and there were cheering crowds everywhere. The people of England felt themselves delivered from a nightmare. And at night, sides of beef were roasted at great fires, and barrels of wine were broached in the streets. London had got a king again, and everyone was glad, except a few sour-faced Puritans who, we may be sure, were careful to keep out of the way. But the man who was happiest of all was King Charles II. His wanderings were over. Although the people were glad, in the words of a song which everyone was singing to see, the king enjoyed his own again. They took care to ensure that there should be no more fighting in England. such a large part in bringing the king back to England. This regiment remains today, the Coldstream Guards, so called because it was at the village of Coldstream that they crossed the River Tweed on their famous march to London. England soon settled down to the life which the people had known before the Civil War. It is true that there was a war with the Dutch, but it was fought at sea, and ordinary men and women knew very little about it. Unhappily, the newfound content did not last very long. A terrible visitation was on the way, about which they were soon to know a great deal. This was the plague of London. It began in the rat-infested areas of the docks, but it rapidly spread throughout London. No one was safe. People avoided each other for fear of infection, and all public gatherings were forbidden. For months, the bells tolled and men went out with carts through the streets calling, "Bring out your dead." Door after door was marked with the cross which showed that someone in the house had the plague. By the end of the year, 70,000 people in London had died. The plague of London lasted for a year, then the bells ceased to toll and people began to breathe freely again, until suddenly another disaster struck at London. The old wooden houses with their open hearths and twisted chimneys were very liable to catch fire. When they did so, it was almost impossible to prevent the fire from spreading. This is what happened on Sunday morning, September the 2nd, 1666. A baker's shop in a street called Pudding Lane caught fire. There was a strong wind, and it had been a very hot, dry summer. Before noon, hundreds of houses had been destroyed, and the fire was still spreading. As soon as King Charles heard of the danger which threatened London, he left his palace of Whitehall and went into the city, encouraging the firefighters and directing and helping the people. It was soon obvious that unless something drastic was done, London would be entirely destroyed. The streets were very narrow, and the houses were built of wood, very close together. When one house caught fire, it was certain that the fire would spread to the next one, so orders were given that whole streets were to be pulled down or blown up with gunpowder to make wide gaps across which the fire could not spread. In those days there were no fire engines to go dashing through the streets the moment a fire broke out. Hundreds of sailors were hurriedly brought from the ships on the Thames, and soon they were breaking down the wooden houses with axes and ropes. Others were fighting such men working together. The King and Mr. Pepys spent long hours over beautifully made models, some of which still exist today. Soon the ships were being built, and within 3 years England had a navy again. It was during the reign of Charles II, 5 years after the Great Fire, that something very extraordinary happened. The crown of England was stolen. The crown jewels were kept then, as they are still kept today, strongly guarded in the Tower of London. There is probably nothing in the whole country more difficult to steal. This did not prevent a man called Colonel Blood from deciding to try. He dressed himself as a clergyman and managed to become very friendly with the keeper of the crown jewels, whose name was Edwards. Mr. Edwards and his wife and daughter were completely deceived, and when the friendly clergyman said that he had a rich nephew who would like to marry the daughter, they were very pleased indeed. So Colonel Blood brought his nephew to call on them, and whilst they were there, asked Mr. Edwards to show them the crown jewels. Then suddenly they seized him, tied him up, and made off with the crown. Fortunately, they were stopped before they got out of the tower. King Charles had been fortunate in finding Samuel Pepys to help him in rebuilding the navy. He was equally fortunate in finding the right man to plan the rebuilding of London. Christopher Wren was a professor of astronomy at Oxford, but Charles knew that he was also an architect of genius. So he sent for Wren, and together they set to work to repair the damage caused by the Great Fire. Wren prepared a plan which would have made London the finest city in the world, but it would have cost so much that it had to be abandoned. Only in the churches which he designed and in the great cathedral do we see what London might have been. The Cathedral of St. Paul's is Wren's greatest work. For 9 years he drew and altered plans for the building, always showing them to the king and discussing them with him. At last, in 1675, the first stone was laid. It was not until 35 years later that the cathedral was finished. There is in London another famous building built by Christopher Wren. This is the Royal Hospital, Chelsea. The Chelsea Hospital was founded by Charles II, but it is not what we today call a hospital. It is a home for old soldiers, and those who live in it wear a special uniform, a long red coat and a particular kind of black hat. They are known as Chelsea pensioners, and they can be seen going about London today, still wearing a uniform designed nearly 300 years ago. There is a story that Charles founded Chelsea Hospital because Nell Gwynn, a famous actress at that time, told the king that it was a shame to let old soldiers starve. Whether this story is true or not, the hospital was not completed until 1692, 7 years after the king's death. It was such actions as this which made Charles popular with the people. King Charles was interested in a great many things. He founded the Royal Society for the Advancement of Scientific Knowledge and had himself a chemical laboratory where he carried out many experiments. At the same time, he was very fond of open-air sports. He was a good tennis player and a famous yachtsman, and as a horseman he was one of the finest in the country. This meant that he took a particular interest in the breeding of racehorses and in racing itself. At that time, Newmarket was a small village, but the country round about it consisted of open downs on which to exercise and race the horses of the king's stable. Soon it became a place of importance, to which the king and his court went weeks at a time, 2 or 3 times a year. The interest which Charles took in racing resulted in English horses becoming some of the best in the world. Although Charles was a popular king, liked by the people as a whole, this country was not always peaceful during his reign. It was a time when there was much bitterness about religion. Though both were Christians, Protestants and Catholics belonged to different churches and hated each other. King Charles's younger brother James was a Catholic. Charles was a Protestant. The Protestants wanted to make sure that James would never be king, and in order to prevent this happening, they pretended that the Catholics were plotting to kill Charles. The Protestants were led by the Earl of Shaftesbury, and one night they swarmed into the courtyard of the palace. It was a very noisy, rough and dangerous mob, but Charles went out onto the balcony to quieten them. James was afraid that in the excitement someone might shoot at the king, but Charles said, "Have no fear, James, no one will ever kill me to make you king." It was during the reign of King Charles II that one of the most important documents in the history of English liberty was signed by the king. This was called the Habeas Corpus Act. These are words in the Latin language meaning "thou hast the body," and they referred to the person for anyone detained in prison, whose presence was required in a court of law. What the act really meant was that no person could henceforth be kept in prison without being brought before a court and charged with the offence for which he had been arrested. This act is still important today, but it was even more important in 1679 when it was first passed. In those days, men were frequently thrown into prisons because they had annoyed someone in authority, or because some enemy had accused them of crimes which they had not committed. King Charles was dark and good-looking. What was much more important, he was a very friendly man. He liked to stroll about London or Newmarket without ceremony, and to talk to people rich and poor alike. As he was quick-witted and amusing, as well as clever, those with whom he talked never forgot their conversation with the king. But what perhaps made him most popular was that he was gay. The people of England were so weary of the joyless life they had been forced to live under Cromwell, that a king who loved So this was first published in 1958, this particular edition. So it is 62 years old. So let's begin. The story of the first Queen Elizabeth. On a fine Sunday in the late summer of the year 1533, more than 400 years ago, a baby girl was born in a palace at Greenwich on the River Thames between London and the sea. Her parents were the King and Queen of England, Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn, the daughter of an alderman of the City of London. The child was christened Elizabeth. Her father and mother, who were disappointed because she was not a boy, did not know that she was to rule over England as one of the greatest queens ever to sit on the English throne. King Henry VIII had been married before, and Elizabeth had an elder sister named Mary. Mary was 16 years older than Elizabeth and was a very different kind of person. She was to cause Elizabeth much trouble and unhappiness when they both grew up. Mary became Queen of England when Elizabeth was 20 years old, and at first she was kind to her. English people at that time were divided into Catholics and Protestants. Both were Christians, but they attended different kinds of churches. Queen Mary was a Catholic. What was more, she was married to King Philip II of Spain. The English people hated the Spaniards, and the Protestants disliked Mary because she was a Catholic. Consequently, there were many people who were plotting to put Elizabeth on the throne instead of Mary. Mary believed that Elizabeth was involved in these plots, and it is indeed quite possible that she was. So Mary had her sister arrested and imprisoned in the Tower of London. This was a very grim experience for a young princess who was only 20 years of age. Mary tried hard to prove that Elizabeth was guilty of plotting to seize her throne, but Elizabeth was very clever and was able to answer the charges against her. She did this so well that many people said she ought not to be kept in the tower any longer, so Mary was forced to set her free. This did not mean that Elizabeth was free to go where she liked. Mary was afraid that there might be more plots to make Elizabeth Queen of England, so she sent her to live at a place called Hatfield. Here Elizabeth lived quietly for nearly 4 years. She spent her time in learning Latin and Greek, and she became one of the best scholars in England. She also had a very clever man to advise her. This was Sir William Cecil, who was afterwards to play a great part in the history of England. Elizabeth's life was not an easy one during the reign of her sister Mary. It was not even safe. Mary was a strange woman who sometimes seemed to be very fond of her young sister, but at other times bitterly accused her of things of which she was innocent. Most of all, Mary was angry with Elizabeth because she believed she was a Protestant. Mary wanted England to remain a Catholic country and was afraid that when Elizabeth came to the throne, it would become Protestant. Often Mary would send for her sister and question her. Elizabeth feared raised. Although England was not at war with Spain, he attacked and burnt their settlements and sank their ships wherever he found them. Sir Francis Drake was the first Englishman to sail around the world. He sailed from Plymouth on a winter's day in the year 1577. His ship was named the Pelican, but before he returned to England, 3 years later, he had renamed it the Golden Hind. It is a name which will never be forgotten so long as English ships sail the seas. Drake crossed the Atlantic, capturing a Portuguese ship as he did so. Arriving at the coast of South America, he attacked several Spanish settlements, taking much gold and silver. Then he sailed on far to the south and into the Pacific, still attacking and capturing Spanish ships and towns. Now he had to decide how to get back to England. He tried to sail around the north of America, but was stopped by the ice, so he sailed westward, and after rounding the Cape of Good Hope, he returned home. As a reward for his great voyage, he was knighted by the Queen on the deck of his ship. The English sailors were right to attack the Spaniards at sea or on land, because Philip of Spain was always plotting against England. Then a new plot was discovered. An Englishman named Babington planned to kill Elizabeth and to make Mary Queen of England. To do this, he arranged with Philip that when Elizabeth was dead, a Spanish army should come and occupy England. All this was arranged very secretly. Letters were sent to Mary, hidden in barrels of wine, and she agreed to the plot. Elizabeth had a very clever minister called Walsingham, and he knew everything that was going on. So just when Babington and his friends were ready to carry out the plot, he had them arrested and executed. Mary Queen of Scots was equally guilty of this attempt on the life of Elizabeth. For this reason she too was executed. The failure of the plot made Philip even more angry with England. He decided that the time had come to attempt the conquest of these islands, and he began to build ships and to raise a great army. The sailors of England knew what Philip was doing. In the ports of Spain, more and more ships were getting sail in peace. From a score of English ports, the English ships put out to sea. They were all smaller than the Spanish ships, but they were commanded by men like Drake, Hawkins, Frobisher, and Lord Howard of Effingham. What was more important, they were lighter and swifter and lower in the water than the Spanish ships. This enabled them to sail in under the enemy's guns, fire a broadside, and slip away without damage. This they continued to do all that day, until the flagship of the Spanish admiral, Oquendo, blew up. When the Spanish sailors tried to get alongside the English ships so that they could jump on board and capture them, the English were too quick for them. Over and over again they fired their guns into the hulls of the Spanish ships and darted away unharmed. Then the wind dropped, and both fleets were becalmed. The Spaniards thought this was the end of the battle, but they did not know Francis Drake. Seeing a great Spanish ship motionless on the water, a little behind the others, he sent boatloads of sailors to capture it. The Spanish guns could not be pointed down to fire on the rowing boats, so the English sailors fastened ropes to the big ship and towed it away with all its officers and sailors on board. The fighting began again, and soon the Spaniards knew that they were beaten. When a favourable wind sprang up, all the Spanish ships which remained sailed into Calais harbour. They were not left undisturbed. As soon as darkness fell, Drake ordered some old ships to be filled with oil and tar and anything that would burn. Then he set fire to them and sent them drifting to where the Spanish ships were all clustered together at anchor. When the Spaniards saw a line of blazing ships floating towards them, they tried desperately to escape. Some collided in the darkness, others ran aground, but many of them managed to get away to sea. These sailed away northwards, continuously attacked, until none of the English ships had any powder and shot left. Then the weather changed, and a great storm blew up from the southwest. There was only one thing the Spaniards could do. That was to try to return to Spain by sailing round the north of Scotland. Westerly gales drove many of the ships on to the rocky coasts of Scotland and Ireland, and less than half of the famous Armada, broken, battered and beaten, returned to Spain. The Great Armada was defeated, but English sailors continued to attack Spanish ships at sea wherever they could find them. Sir Richard Grenville was one of the Elizabethan sailors who will always be remembered for his last great fight against the Spaniards. In his ship, the Revenge, he was surrounded by Spanish galleons, all of them larger and with more cannon than the little English vessel. The Spaniards opened fire, and all through the long day the guns roared. Shot for shot, the Revenge returned their fire until her masts were shot away, her rudder disabled, and her hull torn and shattered. Still the Revenge fought on. Half the crew unsuccessful in Ireland, the Queen recalled him to England in disgrace. This made Essex so angry that he tried to raise the citizens of London against the Queen's ministers, whom he accused of influencing her against him. The attempt was unsuccessful. Essex was arrested, imprisoned in the Tower, and condemned to be beheaded. When Essex was in favour with Elizabeth, she had given him a ring and told him that if ever he should be in danger, he had only to send it to her, and she would save him. He sent it now, but it came into the hands of the Countess of Nottingham, who hated Essex, and the Queen never received it. Essex was beheaded in the Tower, and it was only when it was too late that Elizabeth discovered how Lady Nottingham had betrayed him. Queen Elizabeth reigned over England for 45 years. When she came to the throne, England was poor. When she died, England was rich, prosperous, united and happy. Her reign saw the beginnings of what came to be the British Empire. The fighting sailors of her reign and the great victory over the Spanish Armada made England one of the greatest of the countries of Europe. Much of this was due to the character of Elizabeth herself. She never despaired and she never gave up. It was reported that when she was very ill, King James of Scotland, who was to be the next King of England, sent one of his nobles to see how ill she was. Although she could hardly stand, she dressed in her finest clothes and took part in a dance in his presence. She died a few days later. And that's the end of this reading of the story of the first Queen Elizabeth. I hope you enjoyed it. I just need to remind you that this is an old book, and the history that I've just read is not necessarily the history that we would write or receive these days. Just keep that in mind. This has been Kate at the Library of Whispers saying, I shall see you very soon. Bye for now. Bye bye. Hello everybody, this is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today we're going to German princess, and her father was Edward, Duke of Kent, the fourth son of King George III. The Duke of Kent's eldest brother was already reigning over the country as regent, since George III had been blind and mentally ill for some years. The regent was crowned George IV in 1820. Not many months after Victoria was born, her father died heavily in debt, leaving his Duchess and her family, Princess Theodora and Prince Charles, children by her first marriage, and Victoria, penniless. She was thinking of returning to her home in Germany when her brother, Prince Leopold of Saxe-Coburg, came to her rescue and made her an allowance. The family lived on this until 1825, when Parliament recognised that Victoria was the probable heiress to the throne, heiress presumptive, and voted £6,000 yearly for her education and keep. As a child, Victoria was given to outbursts of rage and would stamp her feet and shriek to get her own way. She positively refused to learn her alphabet. Later, her governess, Baroness Letzen, won her over, and she grew into a well-mannered and polite little girl who loved to ride her donkey and enjoyed Punch and Judy shows. During these early days, Victoria's kindly uncle Leopold took a great interest in her, until he became King of the Belgians in 1831. He lived in Surrey, and it was a great treat for Victoria to visit him there. Many of Victoria's royal relations, however, both German and English, were disreputable. Her mother felt that she should have as little to do with them as possible, and kept her from seeing them. This did not please William IV, who had become king in 1830 on the death of George IV. The Duchess was firmly supported in her view by Sir John Conroy, Comte Controller of her household, who was an ambitious man, anxious for power. Victoria hated him, although she was quite friendly with his daughter to start with. So here is an illustration of Victoria's mother, the Duchess of Kent, 1786 to 1861, and on this side is Sir John Conroy, 1786 to 1854. she should learn something of the country she was to rule, and become known to the people who were to be her subjects. Victoria travelled with her mother about the country in a carriage drawn by grey horses with pink silk reins, and with post boys dressed in pink silk jackets and black hats. Wherever they went, they were warmly welcomed. When they visited the Isle of Wight and went sailing on the Solent, Victoria loved sailing. Naval vessels were continually firing salutes to them. Victoria's uncle, King William IV, objected to this and ordered that in future salutes were to be fired only when the king or queen was on board. Now here, at the top, we have an illustration of Princess Victoria at Cowes with her mother. And on this side we have an illustration of William IV, 1765 to 1837. In spite of these holidays, however, Victoria led a dull life on the whole. She kept a diary which tells us a good deal about what happened in the family from day to day. Although she wrote up this journal every day throughout her long life, sometimes writing several pages, even at the end of a tiring day, we only have the diaries from her early years before she came to the throne. After her death, her youngest daughter, Princess Beatrice, destroyed the rest, feeling they were too private for other people to read. There were occasional very splendid parties at Windsor Castle, and sometimes her young German cousins came to stay at Kensington Palace. She first met her cousin Albert, Prince of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, in May 1836. She liked him and wrote in her diary that he was extremely good-looking. This pleased her uncle Leopold, who hoped Victoria would eventually marry Albert, who was his nephew. On the other hand, the king, William IV, disliked her German relations and wanted her to marry one of the sons of the Prince of Orange. He had tried to stop the visit of Prince Albert and his brother to Kensington. This could have led to an awkward situation in the years ahead, but William IV died when Victoria was just 18 years old. She was old enough to become queen, for royal persons came of age at 18, 3 years before other people in those days. At 6 o'clock in the morning on June the 20th, 1837, Victoria slipped on a dressing gown over her nightdress and walked alone to her sitting room in Kensington Palace. There, the Lord Chamberlain and the Archbishop of Canterbury knelt down and told her she was now queen. Here is a picture that illustrates that on the right. At 9 o'clock that same morning, Lord Melbourne, the Prime Minister, called. In her diary, Victoria underlined the fact that she saw him alone, without Mamma or her governess fussing over her. Shortly afterwards, she held her first Privy Council, which she conducted calmly and clearly. She was an instant success in court circles. Now here is an illustration of Lord Melbourne, 1779 to 1848. The young queen quickly showed her will and determination. Her widowed mother, the Duchess of Kent, who had hoped to remain very much in the limelight, was put firmly in the background. Victoria immediately ordered her bed to be moved from her mother's room to a separate bedroom of her own. Later, when the household moved to Buckingham Palace, her mother, the Duchess, was expected to send His tactful, worldly wise advice gave Victoria support and courage. Lord Palmerston, the Foreign Secretary at this time, also played a part in her early training. So the reign of Queen Victoria started in style. She was a great success at the formal and rather boring official dinners and receptions, although she much preferred riding and theatre going. She loved informal parties and was always happy to stay up half the night dancing and then watch the sunrise behind St. Paul's and the towers of Westminster. And here is an illustration at the bottom of sunrise behind St. Paul's. There is St. Paul's Cathedral, and here is the Thames. All this energy and youthful enthusiasm was a wonderful change from the dull and quarrelsome court life when her uncle William IV had been king. This happy state of affairs did not last. Her beloved Lord Melbourne had to resign because his government did not have the country's confidence, and she had a row with his successor, Sir Robert Peel. Victoria did not like Peel, whose chilly smile she described as like the silver plate on a coffin, although later she learned to appreciate his statesman-like qualities and loyalty. The row was over the Queen's ladies-in-waiting and was really due to a misunderstanding. All the ladies were wives of men in Lord Melbourne's party, the Whigs, and Sir Robert wanted some of them replaced by ladies whose husbands were from his own party, the Tories. Victoria thought he wanted all her ladies replaced, and she refused point blank. Not even the Duke of Wellington, who was always sent for in moments of crisis, was able to persuade her to change her mind. In the end, Sir Robert was unable to form a government because of the difficulty. Lord Melbourne came back and struggled on as Prime Minister until 1841. The man who had by far the greatest influence on the Queen's life, however, was her husband. On the 10th of February 1840, Victoria married Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. Here he is. This handsome young man from Germany had been taken in hand and groomed for his future job by Baron Stockmar 2 years earlier. Although he had been more or less chosen for her by Uncle Leopold, Victoria soon found she had fallen in love and never ceased to adore Albert. She openly doted on his beautiful blue eyes, his exquisite nose, the pretty mouth with Princess Royal, Princess Louise, Edward, Prince of Wales, and Prince Leopold. The royal couple's way of life set an example which had considerable influence on life and behaviour both at court and outside it. In time, the whole of the Queen's reign, 1837 to 1901, came to be called the Victorian Age, yet even today, Victorian is used to describe many different aspects of life during that period of over 60 years. It was an age of great contrasts, and more than one view is needed when surveying such a complex period. For example, Victorian girls, even in wealthy families, had little real education. Although Florence Nightingale managed to break free and to lead her own life, few could do the same. Upper-class parents refused to let their daughters become nurses or take a job. They were taught a few social graces, accomplishments, in preparation for marriage, which meant a life of service to the husband's wishes. This attitude towards the education of girls and the position of women is often called Victorian. Apart from this, social snobbery was everywhere to be seen. The contrast between life upstairs and downstairs, the servant's place was extreme, and everyone was expected to know his or her place. Thus, the age of Queen Victoria has often been branded as smug and two-faced, hypocritical. Violent contrasts abounded between rich and poor, and between the positions of men and women in society. Despite this, the Victorian age was undoubtedly one of social progress and increasing prosperity and productivity. Victoria herself cannot be called a hypocrite. No doubt she remained ignorant of the poverty in which most of her subjects lived, and could not always understand the reasons behind changes which her government wished to make, nor had she the political power or the brains to match the achievements of Elizabeth I, 1558 to 1603. However, she was in a position to exercise considerably more influence on both social life and government than Elizabeth II, the present Queen. Since Albert was keenly interested in both economic affairs and science, the monarchy during his lifetime continued to set an excellent example, not so much in its family life as in its support of technical and economic progress. This progress and prosperity was there for all the world to see at the Great Exhibition in 1851. Now, on the right-hand side here we have an illustration of how many of Victoria's subjects lived in great poverty. On May the 1st, 1851, Queen Victoria opened the Great Exhibition in Paxton's marvellous Crystal Palace in Hyde Park. She wrote in her diary, "For that day, this day is one of the greatest and most glorious days of our lives, with which, to my pride and joy, the name of my dearly beloved Albert is for ever associated." She goes on, "The park presented a wonderful spectacle, crowds streaming through it. The day was bright and all bustle and excitement. Vicky and Bertie were in our carriage. Vicky was dressed in lace of white satin with a small wreath of pink silk roses in her hair. Bertie was in full Highland dress. The Green Park and Hyde Park were one mass of densely crowded human beings in the highest good humour and most enthusiastic. The glimpse through the iron gate stories about Queen Victoria, although not all of them are true. One legend about the Great Exhibition is well known. At breakfast one day, the Queen asked Albert why he was so moody and unhappy. He explained that hundreds of sparrows had been trapped inside the Crystal Palace, which enclosed 3 huge elm trees. Their droppings would ruin many of the 14,000 exhibits from all over the world. No one could suggest a solution to the problem. Finally, someone thought of asking the Duke of Wellington, who is here in this illustration. In answer to a summons to Buckingham Palace, the Duke is said to have replied, "Field Marshal, the Duke of Wellington presents his humble duty to Her Majesty. The Duke of Wellington has the honour to be Commander-in-Chief to Her Majesty's forces, but the Duke of Wellington is not a bird-catcher." No sooner had the Duke sent the letter than he had second thoughts. He jumped on his horse, rescued the letter from the messenger, and presented himself at Buckingham Palace, where he pronounced his advice, "Sparrowhawks." There had been other more real problems, but on the day all went perfectly. The Queen was a small figure in pink watered silk, brocaded with silver, with diamonds in her hair. Her 2 children, Vicky and Bertie, were at her side. As an eyewitness wrote, "No one with even ordinary feeling could remain unmoved." So down here we have a horse bus on its way to the Great Exhibition. It says Exhibition on the side and Knightsbridge just above. And here is an illustration of Victoria and Albert inside the Crystal Palace with Vicky and Bertie, 2 eldest children. As the opening ceremony drew to a close, an extraordinary thing happened. A Chinese man came out of the crowd and made a deep bow to the Queen. Most people thought this mysterious figure dressed in satin must be a very important person, as he shook hands with the Duke of Wellington and others. Since China had refused the invitation to the opening ceremony, nobody knew what to do, and the royal procession was waiting to start, so the Queen ordered that he should be allowed to walk in the rear of the procession with the ambassadors from other countries. In fact, this Chinese man was called He Sing and was a fraud. He was a sea captain out for free publicity, to draw people to visit his own show, his Chinese boat moored to the Temple Pier in the Thames. When all this was discovered, everyone took it as a good joke. One of the leaders of the procession was, of course, Sir Joseph Paxton, on the left here, who had designed the gigantic greenhouse which Punch had christened the Crystal Palace. Although the original idea for the Great Exhibition was Sir Henry Cole's, on the top here, the whole project really owed its success to Prince Albert's persistent support and encouragement. It was a resounding triumph. No less than 700,000 people cheered the Queen on her journey from Buckingham Palace to Hyde Park. Altogether, over 6 million visitors flocked to it in the 6 months that it was open, helped by Thomas Cook's special cheap railway excursion tickets from all over England. Many visitors and sensitive Prince Albert saw to it that this fortune was earmarked for further education in the arts and sciences. Today you can see the result in South Kensington, the Victoria and Albert Museum, the Science Museum, the Natural History and Geological Museums, the Imperial College of Science and Technology, the Royal College of Art, and Royal College of Music, and the Royal Albert Hall. And that is just the short list. Even now, there is still an income of over £25,000 a year to finance educational scholarships. The Crystal Palace itself was moved to Sydenham, where it was rebuilt and opened by the Queen in 1854. For many years, all sorts of festivals were held there: concerts, firework displays, crofts, dog show, balloon ascents, and other forms of entertainment. Then, on the 30th of November 1936, it was burned to the ground. There had been beacons on Sydenham Hill before, in the reign of Elizabeth I, to warn Englishmen of the approach of the Spanish Armada in 1588. But that evening, in 1936, the red glow in the sky was no signal, it was a calamity. Nothing remained but 2 water towers and a tangled jungle of molten glass and twisted iron. Today you will find in its place the Crystal Palace Recreation Centre, which was opened in August 1964. One monument to the Great Exhibition of 1851 is on the steps behind the Albert Hall. The other is the Albert Memorial in the front, a monument which perhaps sums up the self-satisfaction of the times. Prince Albert himself was keenly interested in the latest adventures and discoveries. Steamships were beginning to cross the Atlantic faster than sailing ships. The first bicycles were to be seen. Many streets had gas lighting. The Prince recognised the importance of Faraday's work on electricity, and by this means the Queen later had a telegraphic link between London and her house at Balmoral in Scotland. The other great development was the growth of railways. By 1851, the basis of our present-day railway network was in existence. Before long, the Queen's train to Scotland even had its own toilet. So the Great Exhibition marked a high point in Victoria's long reign. Progress, wealth and luxury were there to see, and the dirt, disease and poverty behind the scenes could be overlooked. Then came the shambles of the Crimean War, 1854 to 1856, and the self-satisfaction produced by the Great Exhibition was rudely shaken. Suddenly, people were forced to face the horrors of the hospital at Scutari by vivid reports printed in the Times newspaper. Florence Nightingale herself sent back reports to the government on the obstruction and evil obstinacy of army officers and doctors in the Crimea. On the right here is an illustration of Florence Nightingale, and down here we see fighting at Scutari in the Crimean War. Hello everybody, this is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and set about organising the training of nurses and the administration of hospitals. Elizabeth Blackwell was the first woman allowed to work as a doctor. Although this was in Boston, America in 1848, she was in fact an English woman. Later she returned to England to continue the struggle to gain recognition for women doctors and nurses in the face of fierce and at times violent opposition. Women were first admitted to sit the Cambridge degree examinations in 1873. They were allowed to take the degree examinations, but were forbidden the award of the actual diploma. In 1890, Philippa Fawcett came top in the Cambridge mathematics examination, with 400 marks more than any of the men, but she was refused the usual honour award to first place, senior wrangler, because she was a woman. Not until 1948 were women allowed to receive their degree diploma at Cambridge, although Oxford allowed women to receive theirs in 1920. In contrast, the education of women actually received the approval of Queen Victoria when Bedford College started with classes for girls in a private home, and King's College began to train governesses. In spite of her friendly feelings towards Florence Nightingale and her approval of Bedford College, the Queen did not seriously believe that women might perhaps be allowed to vote at parliamentary elections. Her view was, God created men and women different, then let them remain each in their own position. Now in this picture, we can see that by 1880 all children between 5 and 10 were obliged to attend school. Then up here, this is university education for women, the dining hall at Girton College in the 1870s. In another matter, the Queen was a pioneer of progress and reform. She always dreaded childbirth, and when Dr. Snow suggested chloroform for the birth of her 8th child, Prince Leopold, in 1853, she was glad to try it. Up to that time, most doctors, all men, and many other people felt strongly that the use of gases, anaesthetics, in childbirth was wrong and unnatural. Now that the Queen of England had made use of chloroform, all who could afford it were able to follow her example without criticism. It was not until 1846 that gases were used during operations. Before that, a patient might get a swig of brandy while his leg was sawn off. During the 1860s, Lister pioneered strict cleanliness in the operating theatre and stressed the importance of antiseptics. Slowly, others followed his lead. These changes in attitudes were gradual. Now, here we have poor people drinking water from the River Thames, which links us into this section here. This is Lord Lister, 1827 to 1912. It was perhaps the year of the Great Stink, 1858, which stirred Edwin Chadwick and others to demand action. In that year, the summer was particularly hot and little rain fell. The stench from the River Thames was so strong progress slowly being achieved, and without the bloodshed that accompanied it in other countries in Europe during this period. In contrast, the royal way of life was very different. Both the Queen and Albert loved Scotland, and in the 1850s Prince Albert designed a castle there. Balmoral Castle was near Braemar in the wilds of Aberdeenshire. It had granite walls and a tower 100 foot high, that's 30.4 metres. Inside the walls and floors were covered with pitch pine, and Victoria's own tartan with a white stripe was in every room. There were tartan curtains, tartan chair covers, even tartan linoleum on the floor. Prince Albert had already designed a separate Balmoral tartan in red and grey. Stacks antlers hung everywhere, and bronze figures of Highlanders served as lamps. This is an illustration of Victoria and Albert dancing a Highland reel. Victoria enjoyed staying at Balmoral. Some of her most vivid memories in later life are centred on holidays there. Albert deer-stalking with his servant John Brown, Vicky sitting on a wasp's nest, and a torchlight dance. Victoria spent much of her time there, sketching and painting, and danced the Highland reels with great skill and grace. Albert took a great interest in housing of all kinds. At the time of the Great Exhibition, he had a design made for a block of model houses for working-class families, and this block can still be seen where it was re-erected in Kennington Park, London. Throughout Victoria's reign, however, the majority of people in cities lived in inescapable filth and poverty, despite the heroic efforts of a few pioneers. This picture demonstrates that very thing. In those days, official entertainments were usually held at Windsor Castle. There were few spectacles so imposing as the great Waterloo banqueting hall, crowded with men wearing multicoloured uniforms and women dazzling in their diamonds. Stately portraits decorated the walls. The tables were loaded with gold plates. In the midst of this official splendour, those on occasions included visits from the King of Prussia, King small enough for children, and the Queen and Prince Albert were sometimes invited to tea there. After the end of the Crimean War in 1856, life at court was not quite so jolly or easy. Princess Vicky married the Crown Prince of Prussia and went to live abroad, and Victoria's mother, the Duchess of Kent, died in 1861. The Queen was so upset that Albert had to beg her to pull herself together and lead a normal life. Now this is a picture of Windsor Castle at the bottom. At this time, Albert himself was showing signs of severe strain. He never really relaxed and daily prepared outlines of letters and government documents for the Queen to see. On top of this, he took an active interest in everything that was going on and supervised the royal households and estates, and his health suffered in consequence. When he caught a chill in November 1861, no one was particularly alarmed. Lord Palmerston suggested a further medical opinion, but was overruled. 2 other doctors were at last called in and found that the prince had typhoid fever. The possibility of his death was real. In the middle of December, his children were sent for to see him for the last time before he died. Albert died to the sound of hymns being played on a piano in the next room. It is said that Victoria uttered a shriek of such pain and anguish that it was never forgotten by those who heard it. The Queen's grief was overwhelming, and it swamped her life for many years. According to the historian Lytton Strachey, for 40 years after his death, the prince's rooms at Windsor were kept as if he was still alive. His clothing was laid out each day, and water set ready in the wash basin for him each evening. Now she tried to cling to the past and to recapture it. Victoria, in fact, never threw away any of her possessions. All her dresses, muffs, parasols, bonnets and dolls were carefully put away in drawers. Each article was photographed before it was put away, and the photograph put in an album with a note of where the article had been put. So that the memory of Prince Albert would not fade, Victoria had statues put up all over the country and his speeches published. Yet apart from Disraeli and a few others, it seemed that no one really appreciated her dear Albert. Now this picture shows when the Queen returned to Balmoral in 1862, the summer after Albert's death. Her first visit was to a widow of a cottager on the estate. Both burst into tears at the memory of their recent losses, and Victoria said she was thankful to cry with someone who knew exactly how she felt. Victoria withdrew more and more from public life and became so remote from the affairs of the country she was unable to find a table of just the right height for her drawing board. Every table in the lodge had been tried, but none would do. At last, John Brown grabbed the first table he could reach among the many already rejected, and placing it before the Queen, said, "The folk canna make one for you." The Queen merely laughed, and accepting the position, made use of the table. At Balmoral, too, she kept up the custom of listening to the bagpipes played under her window every morning from 8 to 9 o'clock. Although Victoria was sharply and publicly criticised for hiding away, her critics gradually fell silent, and her popularity slowly returned. Public figures in England who attain great age tend to become popular, whatever their past record may be. So it was with Victoria, and the fact that she escaped several assassination attempts helped this change of attitude towards her. In fact, there had been attempts on her life long before Albert's death. 4 months after her marriage, Victoria and Albert were driving up Constitution Hill in a low carriage when a postboy named Edward Oxford fired 2 shots at her. He was found insane and sent to a lunatic asylum. 2 years later, in May 1842, a youth named Francis fired a pistol at Victoria at exactly the same place on Constitution Hill. He was condemned to death for high treason, but the Queen changed the sentence to transportation for life. The same punishment was given to Robert Pate, an ex-lieutenant of the Hussars, who struck a Queen in the face with a small stick in London. The critical attitude towards the Queen changed most noticeably from November 1871, when the Prince of Wales became dangerously ill with typhoid fever. It was the 10th anniversary of Albert's death, and he had died of typhoid. Then Bertie made a sudden recovery, and a wave of popular sympathy swept the country. So in this picture we have one of London's first trams, and this shows how a revolver was fired at the Queen in an attempt on her life. There's policemen in the background. In 1876, this little old lady, with her short, stout figure in folds of black velvet, muslin streamers, heavy pearls, and a haughty look, became Empress of India. Her personal prestige and popularity were assured, and the monarchy took on a new look. As an institution, it became more strongly established, even if it lost actual political power in the long run. There was a further attempt on Victoria's life. In 1882, Roderick Maclean fired at her as she was entering her carriage. He was sent to a lunatic asylum. That's the picture that we just saw. The 2 main landmarks in the development of the new look of the monarchy were the Golden Jubilee of 1887 and the Diamond Jubilee of 1897. The first occasion demanded a strenuous programme of public appearances. When Victoria opened the People's Palace, she drove from Paddington to Whitechapel through streets lined with cheering crowds. On May the 22nd, London was illuminated when there was a special service in St Margaret's, Westminster. May the 24th was the Queen's birthday. Then came the high point of the year, the Thanksgiving service in Westminster Abbey. There was a state procession up Constitution Hill, along Piccadilly and the Embankment to the Abbey. In the procession there were kings from Denmark, Belgium and Saxony. There were crown princes and grand dukes. There was also a special bodyguard of 18 princes, among whom were 3 sons and 9 grandsons and grandsons varieties